All right. So what did we lose any like not much dialogue. Let's see. So how much of a recap do we want to do? Like, how many people are here that were not here yesterday? That is always a bit of a dance at streaming a purely narrative game, I suppose. Let's see. Like, broad strokes. This friend over here is Akira. She's an android that's developed for empathy and escaped ? The facility that she was in and doing magical pottery implants, and Ariadne, a member of a revolutionary group, had broken in there and kind of helped convince her of other ideas and stuff, and found out about a plot the big company Supercontinent Ltd is working on, and got shot by the security system for finding that information. Akira here also got shot, but then made it out somehow, ? Brandius, a friend of our main character bartender here, whose name is Donovan, they patched into Akira's memory banks and kind of found out all of that. We patched up Akira, and now she's just a bartending assistant, but also, like, can read the emotions of what's happening very cleanly, so she keeps quizzing us afterwards about our interactions with the customers and stuff, and we're kind of trying to figure out the whole plot. So I guess going over these bullet points is a pretty reasonable overview, probably beyond that. So Supercontinent's been developing Central Psyche Welfare. We've talked to one of the the head engineer on that project, and people working at the company seem to be very excited about it generally. Idea being that it passively protects against various negative emotions like depression and such. And additionally, they are going to propagate it further with a mirror neuron algorithm, which basically is genetic code, if you will, that by people, so the main software is basically a firmware update for people with implants and stuff. So that's like half of the population or so. But they are going to propagate it with the MNA to people that don't have implants by making people with implants do like specific body motions that other people will mirror, because that's just something humans kind of naturally do and are dumb about. So that it's gonna propagate to almost everybody. The revolutionary group kind of read this as a, basically a mass mind control situation, whereas the people working on it think it's like really going to be helpful and a great thing and stuff. During the process of Ariadne hacking into the system and convincing Akira to use different implants to put into people that they're supposed to put exactly what the high execs at Supercontinent wanted, but end up giving Johanna Seftis a big anti-establishment thing, so she basically just was like, I'm out! And, like, left, her position as COO and stuff. 2 years ago, Supercontinent got a new CEO, but, like, secretly. This Jack Gaynor guy's listed still publicly, but there's this super genius 15-year-old named Radhika that she is now CEO behind the scenes and kind of taking the company in a bit more of aggressive, different direction. But after saying, F you all, I'm out, Johanna's kind of missing, and people at the company are kind of working to try to find her. So Social Psyche Welfare is a kind of joint venture with the government. And let's see, Johanna's now trying to bring down Supercontinent because, like, the implant that we gave her kind of instilled, like we said, anti-corporate vibes, so she's trying to work against it there. The Acrobots here are planned to be made public, and we are currently talking to Dr. Edgar Coldstream, a very proud person that is kind of the lead scientist behind the Acuras and the mirror neuron algorithm, and we've been talking to them about that. Greetings, folks. And Dr. Coldstream here basically told us how the MNA could be hacked. And it was basically like, oh no, there's too many layers, that couldn't happen, and we're just like, well, if someone had an Acura, they could just do this, and he's like, oh shit, well, hopefully that won't happen then. So, let's see. I was very impressed with our bartending. Yeah, as you can see, very, like, we've already saw this dialogue. We didn't have a fresh save right when we quit, but you can see he thinks very highly of themselves. But, like, not enough to still not, like, recognize talent in other people. Okay, so I already picked like one of these, I think, and it wouldn't save until we finished all of these, and we didn't finish all of these, I think. So yeah, we talked to them about the MNA last time. So this is where a ton of it fades his hype. Oh, also, when we reloaded, Acura moved position. She's supposed to be standing over here. Because Dr. Coldstream asked Acura to join us in the conversation and stuff, and, like, also weirdly has it programmed that all the Acura units refer to him as father and stuff. So, MNA is programmed to live and reproduce inside human beings. Micro-expressions and subtle body language. So basically just more details than what I explained, I mentioned a minute ago there. Confidentiality protocols. How is this even possible? Explains mirror neurons in detail about how people just, well, animals in general, kind of mirror actions of other others around them, but like especially humans. Talking about eating a candy bar in front of a monkey and they'll start salivating. And, but humans will do it even if there's no actual candy there, just the mimicking of the motion. So the M&A idea is kind of all based on that. They play a critical role in empathy, empathy being kind of a recurring theme. Yay! They're planning on broadcasting SPW with the mirror algorithm. Explains how catastrophic it could be, and like it's cutting super coded servers, but the coding for it can't be done by just anybody. There needs to be a complicated AI and to translate it, aka the Acuras, which they are soon making available to the public. What if someone has an Acura unit alongside the M&A? Need to hijack the whole implant network to run it. Like, how the heck is the whole internet? I like this though. Okay, first thing, you should work on not telling some bartender you just met every step needed to get a hold of the M&A. Secondly, if I got the M&A and Acura to serve my mischief, no need to hack the internet. I'd only need to put a gun to the right head to broadcast it through Supercontinent's implant network. It's just... Whoa, shit. You're right. I guess our failsafe here is Acura then. You'd never betray us, right? And then like this, I love. It's as secure as the internet, not the flex they think it is. Yeah, agrees, Taylor. Define us. And I guess we'll do exactly what we did last time, even though, like, so it seems like the game expects you to click through all the dialogue options, even though it makes a point of early on in the game saying how it's not some game and you shouldn't just click through all the dialogue options, basically. But when I say, okay, I've heard enough, they respond like I had already talked about it being super villainous, I feel. Because they talk about these bad vibes here. Greetings, Formal. So, the drink aspect is that, like, customers have different emotional nodes that we can key in on with specific drink combinations and whatever. So currently we are appealing to Dr. Coldstream's like pride and vanity, basically. We could also key in on their fears of being a fraud instead. Which might be appropriate for talking about that one, but I mean, keying in on their vanity to talk about this stuff mostly seems appropriate for like all of these anyway, so like, but asking this question feels weird because like, how do we know that they're making the implant pottery? I mean, Dr. Coldstream is like not entirely aware of the progression of things. Because he's like, oh, I guess they're available to the public now. Cool, I didn't know they'd rolled that out yet. So kind of, we're just like, doo-doo-doo. So anything from here is new dialogue that we had not already seen. Yeah, sure, what the hell. Any plans for Acura besides pottery? Pottery? That's a ridiculously tiny fraction of Acra's potential. Acra could well take on any job, from flipping burgers to directing traffic. Acra could be your fucking dentist. You could kill a man and Acra could conduct the investigation, perform the autopsy, judge you in a trial, and then officiate the victim's funeral. Okay, I get it. And, this is probably pretty obvious, especially anyone that tuned in last time, but I'll make it just a quick general note that, the content of this game is going to be, more adult, little sexual and stuff compared to, most of what we stream, so just a general heads up on that front. Acra could act as the loving mother of a dozen orphans. Acra could teach every subject in university. They could even run for fucking president and win. Acra should be president of the world. I'm president of the world? You're crazy. We'll wait and see. They just need to finally get out there. You remember when I told you about the M&A, don't you? There's no space, but after the period... Well, this is why Acra is ideal to handle it. And I'd be pleased to enlighten you about it. Okay, let me know. Okay, moment of truth. How do Acra and the M&A fit together? Okay, first of all, I want to defend my colleague Diana's work. I feel like you're pretty obstinate about seeing SPW as brainwashing. We haven't... Like, nothing we've said to Dr. Coldstream would indicate this. And also, I believe we didn't say it to... Yeah, we didn't say it to Diana either. That was a dialogue option we specifically did not pick. In either case. I believe all we said is that, like, oh, I don't think I would be susceptible to the mirror neuron stuff. And, like, that would maybe make sense if we had them in the, like, fraud mindset, rather than the proud of their work mindset. That's weird. Spare me. She already explained how it's not brainwashing, but accessing our better selves. And I still don't buy it. A tough crowd, huh? What if I told you that with the M&A regulating SPW, you won't lose sadness or rage? I'm starting to get sick of these acronyms. This Sweet Duo's objective is to create a wonderful, super-functional world. We can fine-tune the program to control only the most extreme effects of those states. The M&A will allow sadness, but not depression. It'll allow you to be angry, but won't let you get consumed by wrath. It'll allow you to dwell in pleasure, but won't permit utter hedonism. Man... It's more complicated than that, Donovan. How am I going to get you fools to understand that altering someone's behavior is brainwashing? We don't have an option but for Donovan to be thoroughly against it, despite trying to avoid that tech earlier, and also it feels like a weird way to butter up to people and get information out of them, and also make them not afraid of you doing anything with the information they have told you, and also, like, not make them suspect you when things go horribly wrong tomorrow. Like, Would I take a neural implant? Probably not, but not a hard no. And it's also very vague and would depend on so many, like, why am I taking this neural implant? Greetings, HPG. No sad unless watching sad movie. As long as I can still be sad watching sad movie. That's important. And yeah, the learn skills instantly thing is also a weird area too, right? Because like a big part of, I don't know, human happiness and satisfaction is built upon learning skills and getting better at things. But at the same time, at the very least, like speeding things up a little bit at times. Like, as I look at this piano languishing in the background. Hey, Kendrico. I mean, just because someone knows how to cook doesn't mean they are required not to put food in inside very weird containers for them. Like, if it was the societally the norm that everyone knew how to clean up after themselves, we wouldn't have games like RimWorld. We wouldn't be able to imagine a world where everybody constantly makes messes and doesn't clean up after themselves, and you have to micromanage that constantly. And that's like a third of the game. Dwarf Fortress 2, really, for that matter, but you don't actively micromanage it as much there, usually. You regret your time with the RimWorld for the most part, fair. Reasonable. Alright, well, this seems like most in line with the way Donovan's been talking about this, so I guess we'll... Since I don't care, like, we keep hitting this, like, well, I don't care about any of these answers particularly, so I guess we'll just try to lead on what we think the character is like. Just let people be depressed. I'm not talking about not letting you have a bad week. You can be as gloomy as you want. But before you fall into clinical depression, the M&A will lift you up. They'll prevent you from committing murder or suicide. There are uncountable psychotherapists in the world already fighting that. What's wrong about simply eradicating it from society? So this is, yeah, just again the same like back and forth where Donovan's given these kind of similar awkward arguments against things. So, like, I don't know how much we care about hearing further explanation of this, but I guess we'll do this one and then move on. Why do you think you have the right to play God? Well, that's simple. Because I can. Shouldn't we all be trying to change society for the better? You pull your strings from this fancy club. I just happen to be a super scientist backed by a powerful corporation. Suck it up. Seriously? Yeah, man. Deal with it. Can we skip to the part where you tell me about Acker? You're way more obstinate than any of your colleagues. So we'd better not waste any more of either of our time. I mean... I don't really understand why either person called the other obstinate in this conversation. It did not make particular sense. Like, I mean, his most recent reaction was a little obstinate, but like, he's been like super open and explaining like everything, like just an open book here. I don't, like, this doesn't feel like the tack Donovan's taken with other people up to this point either. It feels very weird. So neither of us will change their minds, but I'm the obstinate one, huh? Whatever. Get yourself ready for the good part. We do agree that leaving control of the M&A to a corporation or individual would be unethical, right? Yes. We're in luck then. We have a wonderful and ever-caring AI, which was designed with people's happiness in mind. Oh, no. Oh, yeah. You gotta agree with me on this one. You've met Acura. If there's anyone with enough brain power to assess every person's case individually, it's them. Acura can study your habits, hobbies, desires, prejudices, and keep you within your optimal emotional range. I need you to leave now. What? Get out of my bar. Playtime is over. Or do more feel obligated to because they are leaning into the novelty form. So yeah, here's Brandis, and we don't know who this other person is, I don't think. We don't see Konbing or Vega, I believe. Yeah, those were the two compatriots. They were planning on breaking into Supercontinent. The way everything just went down was very weird. I don't know. Hi, hon. Oh, you finally made up your mind? Yeah, I'm all for going at them with all we got. Listen, I'm in the middle of a delicate situation here. Good news is that I found COO Johannes Eftis. Ah. Bad news is that she's pointing a gun at me. I'll see what I can do. And hey, I got some juicy intel on their CEO, like you asked. I'll fill you in on the details when I'm back at the club. Okay, gotta leave you now. Bye. Quite the view, huh? What is this dope move? I just had a casual phone conversation. Feel like we would probably be past the dope move part, but... I've already got like 3 voices from this game in the same spot. I want to put Septus. Don't move. Relax. I'm not your enemy here. That'll be for me to decide. I need her to lower her guard so I can get closer. Approaching her will increase the tension, so I should probably talk her down before moving in. Gotta pay attention to her body language. If she's too anxious, putting some distance between us will definitely help. Fine, let's pour some soul into this. Let's just, let's chat. Listen, Johanna, I just want to talk. Who are you? Why have you been following me? Why wouldn't we say we work for Supercontinent? Like, I'm curious about the reaction, but that seems completely terrible. And it's also a lie, so it's very weird. Well, hold on. How much of a lie is it? Maybe it's not that much of a lie. I forget Brandis' exact situation here from the beginning. Maybe he does technically work for Supercontinent, but kind of like as a contractor or something. Now I forget. I'm Brandius. I need your help. What for? What for? I want to put an end to SPW. Oh, so you're with Proxima? Nope, I'm just a free bird who likes freedom too much. Kenneth's down, but she looks alert. Let's keep talking. What are you running from? Every single bastard in this city. Corporations took enough from me already. That's perfect. We're on the same side. Yeah? Well, what side is that, exactly? I don't trust you or Proxima or any other shoddy freedom fighter. I mean, she still has whatever terrible views of Proxima she had before implanted with anti-corporate bent, perhaps. Not paying taxes doesn't make you better than the corpse. In the end, any association is about power struggles. That one I can see either way. From what little we know of Cephas, both of these are potentially appealing thoughts. Like, we know Cephas had contacted some of her old co-workers trying to join her cause to take down Supercontinent or whatever. So, we'll lean that way, but I could see either one being something she reacts better to. It's the cause that makes the difference. Let me stop you there. I'm far beyond cheap ideological discourse right now. Spit a single word about justice and I'll fry you. Okay, fed up with justice. Duly noted. I don't... This minigame is also very weird. Like, why... Are we just trying to get close enough to disarm her as the theoretical idea or something? I mean, it more seems like we could just keep talking with her at this distance. Like, why do we need to step closer or anything? It's and also, yes, it does appear the gun is still pointed at us. She raised it back up, so if that's not being pointed at us, I don't really know what it is. So it's very weird. But well, what's the plan now? What do you want to do with your newfound path? I'm not sure. I'm still busy hating everything. Mostly myself for what I've built. How could I have been so blind all these years? You're still young. You have plenty of years left for sabotage. Think of your actions so far as preparation, learning your enemy. Or, easier, I could flee from the city forever. Live in some place where corporations can't reach me. Why should I care about all those idiots? See all those blue and yellow lights? They make me sick. Why the hell do you fight for them? Can see either once again. The gun is pointing at something directly behind us. Pointing at this like vid screen thing or something. Greetings, Cinemia. I mean, she kind of just talked about not caring about random people, so I think she might actually appreciate the drive to fight more. And that fits reasonably well with Brandius, it seems like. Because I like to fight. A person I love once told me that life is as easy as finding what you get a kick out of and then doing it. I can sit on this fancy moral high horse because I just enjoy the anti-hero persona too much. Otherwise, I wouldn't give a fuck. I'd be playing video games and smoking weed all day. Maybe you should try that until you find what turns you on. Seriously, you wake up every day based on a philosophy that bland? You're risking your life in front of this gun because you get a kick out of it? And what can I say? I'm a simple guy. Her gun's down, but she looks alert. I mean, if I step forward, her gun goes back at this, like, it's such a bizarre little mini game, like. I don't. We were not really. We were told that we want to get closer, but that was it. It just. Very weird. I'm just gonna keep talking at a distance. I don't... Say, is there anything I could do to make you feel better? Can you create a world free of corporations? Sure. Let's start with supercontinent. Good idea. That would only take years. If we're lucky, we might even be able to take down a second one before we die. Just 9,998 left. That'd be awesome. Not only because of the rush we'd feel slaying a Titan, but also because of the message it sends. We can inspire more people to join the giant killing game. A new kind of revolution, but with chief whatever officers at the guillotine. Keep dreaming. Keep whining. Good, she looks chill. I should move closer. Like, I almost want to, like, do not what it tells me to, but I also don't want to go through the... Weird. Like, fine. I'll step forward, I guess. Greetings, Zergling. See it this way. If you're this mad, it's because you really care. You're a loving soul, and you want to make things better for society. Society? Society's the worst type of corp there is. Society Incorporated, producers of racism, misogyny, and countless phobias since 70 million years before fucking Christ. What I want is to suppress it. Hey, I heard some guys at Supercontinent are about to do just that. You should give them a call. Fuck. You're right, I hate you. What am I going to do with all of this hate? No. You know, I've been there myself, and fighting really helps. Even if I wear this impassive smile by default, I'm one of yours. I hate this town and the ignorant masses that comprise it. So take comfort in not being one of them. A bit ironic that I risk my ass so they can keep wasting their lives in front of the TV. But in the end, it's the fight that does it. The adrenaline, the rush of knowing you're breaking the system, even if you're just making tiny cracks in a massive mountain. At some point, even the cause stops mattering. It's just that, the fight. At some point, hate stops being a nuisance and starts being fuel. And then you can really smile when some crazy COO points a gun at your face. This move closer is utterly bizarre. I still don't get why you're pointing that gun at me. It's not like I'm going to attack you or something. I'm just, like, awkwardly and slowly moving closer to you in a attempted inconspicuous manner that's not inconspicuous at all. Really, I don't care if you just want to walk away. No need to fire a gun in the process. I just feel like causing some damage. My blood is burning, and not having a channel is driving me insane. I kind of don't like either of these at this point, but... like, I don't feel like just casually saying get rid of the gun is going to make someone less defensive. It's like, hey, you are currently in a position of power. How would you prefer if you were not the one in the position of power instead? So while I kind of want her to get rid of the gun, I don't think saying this is a very compelling way to do that, so... I can give you plenty of things to point that gun at. For example, your past. Let's break Supercontinent together. You make it sound cool. I'm in the business of breaking stuff and making it look cool, boss. Hour late, Ruel. So continuing off of last time, Donovan got pissed off at Dr. Coldstone, like, kind of weirdly. It didn't seem to fit super well. But, I mean, I guess he just really hates the idea enough that he's against it to break his information gathering Paneer or whatever. But now Brandius is talking with Johanna Septus, who's been pointing a gun at. You know, maybe I'm not the best one to vent to about your frustration. And deep down, and hell, not so deep, I'm just as angry as you. Given enough time, I'm sure we'd just feed each other's rage until we decide to bomb the whole city or something. And you know someone who's not angry or dumb. Yes, and Donovan, the owner of the Red Strings Club. That fool, he genuinely loves people. Sounds like the dumb variety to me. The guy's sharper than the two of us together. How does he do it, then? Runs a bar and doesn't hate people? Can't say I can picture it. He's in love with human emotion. Love, hate, sadness, disdain, joy, shame, you name it. Alright, so apparently, okay, that does help, like, frame Donovan's, response to, Dr. Coldstone a bit there. Like, this is a long-standing thing that, just really, loves the full width of, emotion. So that being forced upon people would be something that could break him out of bartender mode. He's able to find beauty in any of them. So, hate machines like us, we can use someone like him close. He's the real ace up my sleeve. The reason I haven't lost it yet. You should come with me and meet him. Donovan will heal your soul. I promise. You sound in love with the guy. But for a cynical character like you to say such things, I might just buy it. There's always time to fire the gun later, right? Plenty. Okay, lead the way. We'll meet that legendary bartender of yours. I have no idea why we had to get closer. Like, it... Did, was that part of the thing Akira said earlier? I'm trying to remember, like, when, they talked about, like, repeating someone's name, building connection and empathy. Like, was it, like, being closer and building someone's, name? Because I could see them still awkwardly building at that, but, like, it didn't make any sense. It was very weird. Brandius is coming back. He's bringing Johanna with him. He managed to get her on our side, huh? That's our Brandius. Donovan? May I ask why you threw Edgar out of the club? I didn't expect you to lose your cool like that. I'd say Dr. Coldstream is a valuable asset for your plans. I'm surprised you decided to kick him out instead of digging for more information. Okay, Akira also surprised at the way things went down. Greetings, Riktocht. Yeah, so if you aggressively get close, you might try to disarm her or something, or get shot. That was unprofessional of me, huh? I guess I picked that up from Brandius. Sometimes the right choice isn't the best choice. I may have made our lives harder, but heck if I didn't make myself happier. No regrets. I felt your anxiety levels rising at unprecedented rates. So I determined you made Edgar leave out of self-defense. But it's interesting to know how you've justified that to yourself. There's no playing it cool with you, huh? What is it about the mirror neuron algorithm that makes you so uneasy? I mean, based on their answers and behavior, it's like this is Donovan's feeling, is the closest anyway. Oh yeah, Zergling. Because, like, he isn't... Like, that's not why... Like, this is partially why, but, like... Mostly, he kind of has this... understandable but semi-antiquated view on some of this stuff that, like, really leans into this viewpoint. And also, you know, it might be true on top of that, so... If the M&A gets out, humanity is doomed. Society's about to become an operating system on which corporations will run whatever programs they please. They have enough control with media and technology already. What else do they want? What else is there to take from us, huh? I don't mean to discourage you, but the chances of you stopping all this are very low. So, in case I ever get to be in charge of the M&A, would you mind answering some questions about where to draw the line when tuning social psyche welfare? Hey, that's not a bad idea. And some sort of backup to maintain a sliver of hope for revolution in case we fail. Let's talk about the primary intent of SPW then. How should I regulate depression and anxiety? We're still having the awkward back and forth between, like, well, are we... I guess we're not trying to pick what Donovan would pick. I mean, Goldstone did mostly have a somewhat compelling case as far as, like, still mostly experiencing extremes, but saves people from the worst possible cases of it. I mean, as far as opting in, that ends up too easy to opt in incidentally. Like, it's basically already been stated that everyone with an implant has effectively opted in because, you know, they've agreed to the terms and conditions. So, like... While logical, it doesn't seem like it's plausible here as such. And of course, option 1 is still very arbitrary, right? It's just a month. Like, which, I mean, to be fair, that's society in a nutshell. Society is very arbitrary, but... And we've got a few other heavy questions like this right afterwards, too. I mean, heavy's not quite apt, but... heavy philosophically, if not heavy emotion. But like, I still like keep looking back and like, well, Donovan's the one choosing it. Like, Donovan's answer is obvious, but apparently we're not choosing Donovan's answer. Like, it's given that they like occasionally just have spoken on their own accord, but other times we get to pick them to. Yeah, it's kind of a weird mesh. I mean, it's also somewhat interesting that there isn't a, like, more heavy option, right? Like, don't let people be depressed at all, or whatever. But... yeah, it's definitely interesting, like... make people extra depressed. You regulate it backwards. No, don't think so. We've already got a tool for that. It's called social media. Curious. I mean, like, Dana and Coldstone have honestly both made a lot of fairly compelling arguments. Like, it makes sense that they believe in this project so much. Let's consult the notebook. I mean, I guess we don't know why Supercontinent is doing this as such. We know why Dr. Coldstone's doing this. I suppose, but it feels weird choosing that because like Donovan has established that that is not their answer. So like yeah, like it's hard to describe, but like there's a distinct awkward disconnect between like, am I playing Donovan or am I answering for myself when we've had a mix of that throughout the game, right? And like sometimes Donovan just speaks of their own accord, and other times we have like all bad choices that like I don't agree with any of them, and yeah, it's a weird dance. Hmm. Like, I guess the kind of argument is like, if this is already like extant, if it is being forcefully implemented regardless, well, I mean, that's not really an argument. No, that side of it is not an argument. But yeah, I mean, try to think about that as a real implementation. Like, that is very much a thing that could do massive societal good, and also is on some level taking away some amount of humanity by force. And like, is that a bad thing? Not inherently, but it is kind of a bad thing. And but like, a lot of the arguments against that being a bad thing are themselves bad arguments, as touched on earlier in the game. I touched on it before the game did, actually, with like the myth of the depressed artistic genius and that garbage. And there's a hidden logical consistency meter. Clearly. To some extent, this feels like the more interesting choice, but... Don't let people be depressed for more than a month. I'm okay with sadness, but getting rid of clinical depression may be a good use for the M&A in case we can't keep it from happening. Good. Should I let people commit suicide? So yeah, this is like a I don't know, philosophy final test. This is what we've got here, basically. Like, that's, yeah. Like, the more positive read, like, is that if you're able to regulate like extremes of depression or extremes of pain and things like that, that hopefully there isn't reason for suicide there. And like, it's again a complicated dance as far as euthanasia and assisted suicide and such, which are their own heavy basket at present. That, but like, it feels like at least if not the best, the easiest reasons to support euthanasia is that there are pains we are not currently capable of solving at all. Like, there's certainly further arguments among, again, the kind of overarching concepts of the available choices of the self and stuff like that. And Akira even made kind of an interesting point on that, whereas like, even stuff you're doing that is theoretically not affecting other people is still affecting other people constantly. Like, it's weird spot that can still get a little more complicated than that as far as individual freedoms and stuff go. Certainly, yeah. I mean, that is actually something, like, to some extent, like, actually thinking about questions on building a dating profile, like, did actually make me evaluate certain ways I view myself and what I consider important in the world and stuff like that. Like things that like a lot of people are gonna just treat as like this throwaway question, but there's a definite handful that like I put like real thought into and kind of reevaluated how I feel about some things because of those questions. I'm also thinking of the Jean Boy's web story 17776 that to some extent touches on some of the same stuff here. But yeah, that was kind of an interesting thing when setting up a dating profile, like end up answering in depth on like comments on some of these questions and stuff as far as like, okay, a lot of people will never even read this or think that it's too much effort put in and stuff, but like it had value to myself to put in this much thought, so even if it doesn't have value for the intended purpose as such, it was still worth doing, which was interesting. Plans are useless, but the planning was invaluable. So yeah, this is definitely interesting. Mostly it's just making me want to recommend everyone read 17,776 that hasn't read it. It is very good. And not too long. And is somewhat related to like this question, but like it's not the focus, but like it's, yeah, it's there. Like, this is also still open enough where, like, assisted suicide is not necessarily prevented inherently either. Recommending it's a hard pitch because it's ostensibly about American football of the year 17,776. Fair, but if anyone's familiar with Jean Boy's work, you can know that even if you're not into sports, a lot of it can be very compelling. And I think 17776 is kind of the epitome of that. There's also satellites involved and plenty of snark. So it's weird, like, I also, like, want to, like, clarify, like, me picking this option does not inherently mean I'm against euthanasia in current existing real-world situations and stuff. But, yeah. Like, it's very curious. No, prevent people from committing suicide. Mania, depression, anxiety are things we should deal with ourselves. But if the M&A can keep people from killing themselves, that's a good threshold, I guess. Now, about violence. Should I allow rape to occur? No? It's... We're just like kind of choosing how much we're preventing freedom to be terrible. Society's been struggling with it for a long time and never been close to a solution. If the M&A happens to come into effect, at least let rape disappear in the process. And yeah, this is basically a similar question here that many, but not all, would consider worse than the previous. And, like, it's the... The main, like, reason I'm even, like, hesitating at all is, like, it feels like this line is also similar to people justifying, I don't know, increasing police funding and the police state and, that level of oppression and stuff like that, but it's not really the same if you just are... Oh, jeez. Yeah. One could also argue that there are justified murders, which is not true of the former, really. Though I'm not terribly fond of... I'm in the position of being reasonably pacifistic myself while still recognizing pacifism can never truly be the full answer to everything. Like, peaceful resistance doesn't do everything by itself, like, and it never has and it never will. Like, to some extent, blocking this also, like, kind of leans into that, right? Like, if there is need for a violent revolution, people being inherently unable to bypass it. Although, I guess at that point, like, there's always ways around stuff, right? Like, if this is programmed into our mirror neurons or whatever, like, that could still be hacked, probably. Like, leave that for future people to figure out. So I do legitimately think it's more reasonable to answer yes to this than the previous one, but... And yes, 17776 is web-based and completely free, and it's not like super short, but it's not long. It's not like Homestuck or anything, so it's a lot easier to recommend, and you can reach the end of it in reasonable time. So I think I'm ultimately still gonna answer no here, but like I hope it was interesting kind of touching on some of the reasons why this is not obvious. I'm not into censoring any kind of behavior, but if it can save lives, let the M&A erase murder. Like, it's funny, like, given that basically Donovan's justifying not answering how they would answer, it's what it feels like weird. It's like maybe a Desi Homestuck or something. Probably 5 to 15 centi Homestucks. Oh, I didn't even notice Donovan's got the beard stroking pose too. Yeah, this is pretty much all just like leading into the concept of humanity and how valuable it is to have bad freedoms. And it's something I can certainly see the argument for. Like, largely, everything is a gray area and restricting some amount of bad freedom is going to encroach upon good freedom. Good, like, it gets complicated. But certainly the argument in favor is like, these are easily agreeable, terrible behaviors that make the world worse. So if you could just eliminate them, don't you? Hey, Panther. Greetings, Raven. But like, and I still have the dance back in my head as we talked about earlier. It's like, I am not really answering as Donovan would answer given their behavior thus far, but. No. Please, if the M&A becomes operational, let that be gone. It's funny that that even being an option implies that, like, that's what Donovan thought. Now, what do they say? Yeah, there's nothing wrong with living a simple life of simple pleasure. Like, some people are going to prefer that and be drawn to it. Like, there's broadly something inherent that helps bring satisfaction and joy from being a little bit ambitious anyway, or like inventive, or someone that's creating things or whatever, but that's not something that's inherently true for everybody. You want to have a society that allows for that to exist, where people want it to exist as much as possible, but it doesn't need to be forced. Yeah, Two Rooms in a Boom is still a social deception game, but is going to be your best bet for, like, your single best bet for scaling a game from 10 to 30 people. I'm trying to remember what, like, kind of a minimum for a good game of Two Rooms is. Probably want at least 10, but like more is probably better. It's been a minute since I played that though. Indeed, Ruel, yeah. And of course, like, there's also the awkward spot where it's like, as a streamer, also, like, am I going to be saying yes to one specific one of these questions? And it's like, interesting. Like, Twinge believes such and such. But it is funny that, yeah, this basically implies that that was Donovan's initial impression. And if we choose that, Acura will tell us, like, no, you're wrong. They absolutely are. Yeah, I mean, we're kind of already on the line of, like, well, if we're implementing this thing, let's actually make society better in the process. The only problem is that this is, like, extra vague. Like, xenophobia is already somewhat vague, but, like, this, in terms of, like, making a hard rule to allow or disallow or whatever, right? Like, this is even more vague. But I think we are in on this. No. Shit, that's a good one. Let women be free, at least, please. If we fail to stop the M&A, I'll at least be able to find comfort in erasing sexism once and for all. Yeah. Yeah. I was wondering if Acura was gonna point it out. must point out that you're being a bit hypocritical. Why do you say that? You're all against the M&A, but don't mind using it if a particular issue concerns you. See, like, once again, that the dance between, like, am I answering what Donovan would say, or am I a player in a game answering prompts? Like, the game can't seem to make up its mind which it wants me to be. Maybe you're just against how they plan to use it. No, I said all that just in case we fail to stop it from happening. Yeah, exactly. But you could have told me not to affect people at all, and it would have been as if you had succeeded. What is it that you want, then? You made your point, but just do as I said if M&A becomes operational, alright? If I happen to get a hold of the mirror neuron algorithm, I'll do exactly as you suggest. You know, I got to experience what I believe was a rush of happiness when you praised me in front of Edgar. Thank you very much, Donovan. I'm glad to hear that. I wonder if that, like, because this wasn't based on... Oh, there's 3 things that can result here. And it skipped over this node, which potentially opens up these nodes. Interesting. Nope, pretty close. Interesting. All right. Well, now that we've had our philosophy final test, it's probably time for a break. So let's do the break thing, shall we? Thanks for tuning in to Philosophy 201, and we'll be back in a couple minutes, everybody. Greetings, Vape Nation. I know Celerity thinks very highly of Pro-Noir, Gruel. Long Dark's very much not my type of game, and I don't know what you're referring to with Space Game. I'm glad to hear that. You're wonderful, Akira. You should be proud of yourself. Brandius and Johanna are about to come through the door. Johanna, this is my partner, Donovan. Donovan, this is Johanna, COO at Supercontinent. Welcome to the Red Strings Club. How are you doing? Oh. Interesting. Brandius deactivated the implant. And now she's gonna really not know what to think. Wow. Okay, that's interesting. Fine, thanks. A lot better since your pal here deactivated the rogue implant I had in me. Oh, I see. That means you're not on our side anymore. Not exactly. Brandius may have freed me from the influence of the implant, but I can't ignore the revelations I had while under its effects. After all, I was dealing with a serious anxiety crisis already before that shit broke me down. All this just opened my eyes. Haven't felt this level of clarity since my NGO days. Why are you speaking these, like, side absolute garbage? Like, stop being this absolutist. Well, I'm happy to have you on our side, then. Yeah, exactly. For the record, don't count me in with the revolutionary lot. I'm still loyal to Supercontinent. I just want you to help me steer it in the right direction. Sure, whatever works for you. Is that an Akara android? Yep. Not just any Akara android, the very one that installed your mind-opening implant. You... I just have one question. I understand that you had several options at your disposal. Why did you choose that one? I'm sorry. Normally I'm able to follow the logical steps behind my actions. But for this one, I can't tell. Something inside of me told me to. Something, huh? Inspiration from the machine. How beautiful. And creepy. Beautiful and creepy. Watch your mouth, Brandius. From the time I've spent with Akira, I can tell they have their own tiny heart. Yikes. Anyway, can we focus on more urgent matters? Tomorrow's our best chance to stop Social Psyche Dumbfare and the mirror nonsense algorithm. Like, what? She literally just said she's still loyal to Supercontinent. I mean, is this just not alright? How come? Tomorrow we're migrating most of our network to a more powerful server on which we can run the M&A. And Until everything is signed, sealed, and ready to go, there are plenty of holes a guy like Brandius might be able to exploit. I could work my way in after they finish the migration too, but the Chaos is definitely going to open up branches I can exploit. Always a show-off. Listen, Brandius. The only way to access control of the M&A is through an executive office in Supercontinent's tower. The light of security will be at Adrian Ferguson's CFO. He's supposed to be absent. Yeah, he got a nasty implant, same as you. I hope he gets a better ride out of it than I did. And so that's it. I get into his office and hack the shit out of the M&A. It's going to be trickier than that. In this day and age of neural hackers and cyber warfare, our new CEO's designed a system to level the field against your kind. Ha! Impossible. They've gone completely analog? Almost. Communications among executives and access to critical systems such as the M&A are handled through an old-fashioned landline network. A what? Shit, that's ancient even for me. When I was a kid, there were already just a few left. It's like a phone, but wired to the wall. It's what we had for getting calls from my grandparents. I think they dismantled the whole network a couple of decades ago. That's right. We've got this one built just for us. Even if a neural hacker managed to plug in, it doesn't use the same protocols. It just looks like gibberish to an implant. It's all controlled by numeric commands and voice activation. Lucky me. Yeah, you're just as useful as any other implant-free peasant. Hey. I wasn't being sarcastic. My specialty is social engineering. I have a VOMOD implant which allows me to impersonate anyone's voice provided I have enough biometric data. So congrats, you found your inexpugnable bastion's Achilles heel. There's still hope then, I guess. Next major obstacle is our current CEO. What do you know about her? Oh, I know this one. Donovan tasked me with finding out about it, and I'm not in the business of letting him down. What I found is that Supercontinent CEO has been replaced by a kid named Radika. She's 15-year-old, so not legally the CEO yet, but she's been calling the shots for some time now. She's supposed to be ultra smart because of some sort of secret training. You did your homework, all right? The important thing is that you shouldn't underestimate her. She's more intelligent than the three of us together, and ruthless. She took some people out of the game already, if you know what I mean. An incredibly intelligent young sociopath with excessive power who's about to control all society. Okay, I'm officially scared now. If you're about to mess with the M&A, you'll definitely have to deal with her. Be careful. No matter how smart you are, you can't beat the hard-earned experience of us old dogs, huh, Donovan? Just be careful, dude. It feels... I mean, like, it was my choice to give Donovan a certain voice, but, like, it ends up feeling very weird for them to say dude at this point. Hack via call waiting decision tree. Yep. Don't sweat it. You know I always land on my feet. This is foreshadowing to the fact that... is foreshadowing correct? But the fact that the game opens with Brandius falling out of a window or something of assumedly a tall corporate tower. But maybe they land on their feet at the bottom. Yeah, I was like, it's not exactly foreshadowing, but like, it's foreshadowing to the future that we have already been previewed. Like, anything else I should know? That's it. Okay, I'm taking the wheel from this point on. Joanna, I need you to go back to your office at Supercontinent and act as if you've recovered. I have recovered. Was not quite her voice. I have recovered. You know what I mean. Just go there in case I need some inside backup. Now, Donovan. You did a great job. You should rest tonight. I'll need you fresh tomorrow to back me up on the phone. I'll stay here tonight and give you a special massage to get you back in shape. What do you say? Hell yeah. I fucking earned it. Everybody, have a good sleep and we'll go fresh into battle as soon as Supercontinent server migration starts, alright? Excuse me? Yeah? I can try to recreate some biometric profiles of people who have been in the club, since I have them analyzed. The ever-useful Acura. Sure, give me all the voices. The thing is, the process takes a while, so it's likely I will only have one ready in time. Okay. Which voice would prove the most useful? So, I mean, not Larissa. So, reference, Diana is in charge of the social psyche welfare program. Naima is one of the corporate lawyers. Larissa is in marketing. And Edgar is the kind of scientist in charge of the M&A and stuff. And Edgar certainly seems the most useful. I'm just kind of thinking if there's any reason we want to go with someone else's instead. Like, there might be funny things that happen otherwise, but if our goal is to succeed, we want Edgar's voice. Is our goal to succeed? I don't know, probably. God. Yeah, probably. The only question is if Edgar, got cut off from production or anything like that, given that they didn't even know if Acuras were out to the public yet or anything like that. But, like, the Acuras respond to Edgar. I don't know if that's more complicated than responding to their voice, but that's the obvious choice, and I'm not seeing enough reason to take anybody else, I don't think. Give me Edgar's voice. Understood. I'll transfer it to your neural drive when it's ready. Yes, I know. Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. Ha. Okay, everyone, it's a wrap. Tomorrow, we make history. I guess it's tomorrow. So this is a landline telephone. Come on, it's the future, Donovan. They just say snuck now. Sneaked has been obliterated from the language in the future. You sneaked into Ferguson's office? Yep, I'm in. Not a single alarm triggered. Nice. I guess we've triggered an alarm. I see you found the landline Johannes told us about. Is that actually just the music? Unclear, but I guess it's just the music. Like, I assumed we triggered an alarm. It was timed right when, like, Brandy is unfazed or whatever. Do you need me to run you through its mechanism? Sure, provided it doesn't make you feel too ancient. Shut up and listen. Okay, I'll get comfortable. Am I holding it right? Look, it's not that different from a regular phone. You should have a numeric pad where the phone is connected. That's it. So you just click on it and input a sequence of 9 numbers, then wait for it to perform the call. You can also use the numpad or numbered keys on your keyboard as a shortcut. Cool. You should have Johanna's phone address and your neural drive in case you want to give it a try. Sure, I'll have a look around too in case I see some useful info to start digging towards the M&A. I've set my drive in detective mode so it'll automatically be picking up facts and important data. Okay. I've also loaded Johanna's voice in it, along with the voice Acura prepared for me. And that should be more than enough to get me started. Wish me luck. Luck wished. It's like a skull on the table. Shit, this is natural bone. There's something carved in it. Dulce bellum inexpertis. War is sweet to those who have never experienced it. This guy is a total loony. And some documents. They look like meeting schedules. Genie Psych plan discussion. Gene Psych, rather. Gene Psych plan discussion. July 5th, 10:30 at off 62. COO. Empowering middle managers. Merger. Oh, that was the merger they were getting the implant for, or whatever. A bouquet? The flowers are the synthetic, but they feel like the real thing, but last for months. It has a card in it. Glad to have you back, Adrian. Call me and I'll put you up to speed. Karen from HR. Do I have to write down this number? They talked about using the numpad to enter keys in for, so I mean, I guess I'm going to physically write down this landline telephone number. That is not the number of digits I was expecting. Okay. They didn't want it to be a real number. Even they put the 555 and also made it the wrong number of digits. Okay, sure. Okay, and it does. It's in the list. Getting a bit ahead of themselves, huh? Oh. Mad scientist. Let's, oh, this is the voice profiles. I see. Sure. We'll do as suggested and call Johanna to test. I better switch my regular voice with Johanna. That's what it was already on, I think. Hey, Johanna. It's Brandius. Ah, nothing. Sorry. Yeah, I thought that was like using the elevator, but maybe it was, yeah, the note that was highlighted that I should check. I'm inside Ferguson's office. What now? Okay, the M&A and many other important systems are controlled through the landline. There'd be a good idea to start scouting Ferguson's computer first to gather as much intel as you can. The thing is that this guy doesn't own a computer. What? That's impossible. I'm 100% sure Ferguson has a computer in his office. It must be hidden somewhere in the room. The guy is a Feng Shui's fanboy. I'm sure he's got it inside of the desk or something. Inspect the room closely. I'm sure there's a mechanism to draw the computer out. Okay, I'll see what I can find. A note. Since you complained about the computer ruining your Feng Shui, I had it installed in a hidden compartment. Okay. To use it, activate it from your phone. It's all sevens to hit the jackpot. We'll set it how you want when you're back. You gotta love them Post-its, leaking corporate info since 1980. Okay. Jackpot! Okay, what does the rest of the computer have to pop out of the ground too? Wouldn't this be a separate thing? Like a separate command to pop that out? Whatever. Okay, show me your secrets. Of course, it needs a password. Can't you crack it? Let me try. I love money. Nah, this computer's a beast. It'd be easier to torture the password out of the owner. Okay, should I call a torture? I wish that was a joke. Don't call anyone. I'll try to figure out the password myself. This would be a great time to take advantage of the rogue implants Ecker installed in Ferguson. I need to find a way of contacting him. Which, what was the other implant option we had for Ferguson? Did we give them a hippie? Was that it? Or were there 3 options? Well, we've only really got the HR call available. Like, who's calling HR to get Ferguson's password? I mean, it would sort of fit Coldstream to want to do something like that, but like... Clearly we should just start dialing other numbers. I mean, we could call Johanna back and see if she has any idea how to get the password. Might as well, I guess? No. Right, you require me to type it in. You want to emphasize the analog experience a little bit. I need to contact Adrian Ferguson. Any ideas? His cell phone is off, and you're in his office right now, so last option is to try the emergency landline he had installed at his home. But I don't have the number. Isn't it around there? Maybe you could ask HR? Is there anything else on this stuff we care about? Like, I'm wondering if I should write down this stuff because it might come up in the HR conversation or something. We're in Office 56. Edgar has to talk to CFO for some reason. I guess. It'd probably be easier to buy from the lawyer or something, but... Hello, this is Karen from HR. How can I help you? Yo, Karen. Edgar, Daddy. So good to hear your voice. Karen is an actor then, probably? Or just a kind of creepy fan? Maybe just a creepy fan. Coming up with more revolutionary ideas for the company? Sure, So that's where the fraud, if that we might have seen more of that if we leaned on their fraud rather than their pride. I know you were super depressed after Acura started outperforming you at your job. But you shouldn't worry about that. After all, we don't love you for your ability to code, but for your creativity, right? You could just enjoy coming up with the wildest ideas, and with Akira by your side, there's nothing you can't achieve. After all, if your creation does your job for you, it's still your merit, don't you think? Yeah, maybe. Thanks for cheering me up. Listen, I need something. I need to contract Adrian Ferguson. He's not in his office and urgent matters come up. Adrian hasn't really been feeling well these days, so he's resting at his villa by the harbor. Fortunately, he had an emergency line installed in his home. Take note. Okay. It's not easy, but gotcha. Thank you. Tell him we're praying for his recovery at HR. Sure. Bye. Easy enough. Who do we want to be talking to, Adrian, to get their password? Wait, does it let me select that as a profile? No. Okay. No, it doesn't work that fast. Can't just grab everybody's voice that comes by. Assumedly we're still cold streaming it. But like, I almost want to just call them as Brandies directly. I mean, Edgar's certainly the type of person that would, like, be like, well, of course they would want to talk to me while recovering. So that still probably is our best fit. Hello. Yo, Adrian, it's Edgar, the genius. Damn, Edgar, why are you killing me at home this late at night? Something wrong with the M&A? No. Well, yeah, but just a minor issue. I need to whitelist you for the M&A to do a proper job, and basically I need to access your computer, or things could get you hairy. I don't get your nerd gibberish, but God, Edgar, fix it, please. We can't fail tonight. My password is mergetheworld4891. All caps. Thank you very much. I'll keep you in the loop. What the hell? The password doesn't work? I hope Ferguson's not trying to trick me. Interesting. Try that, and then, yeah, works the same either way. Interesting. Do I talk to Johanna real quick and be like, hey, I called him, password didn't work, should I call him back? There doesn't seem to be specific time pressure otherwise, so... You know what, sure. What's up? Apparently nothing. Okay. Can't, in fact, talk about that. It saved again, so maybe time is passing. Hello? Yo, Edgar again. The password you gave me doesn't work. They probably had it changed as a precaution, since I've been acting sort of weird these days. I'm sorry. I'm afraid I can't help you. The tech people here tell me we may be able to override your computer security through bioencryption. Sorry, you lost me there. Basically, if you send me your medical ID, we can get clearance by simulating your presence. Whoa, I didn't know that was possible, but sure. My medical ID is... Thank you. Looks like the hippie made him not only compassionate, but over-trusting as well. That's good for us. Now I just need to pass the ID to Donovan. He'll see if Acker can get Ferguson's bioprofile. Listen, I'm a bit stressed out by the whole situation. I'm afraid I won't be of much use tonight, so I think I'm gonna go take a walk along the beach. I can't deal with this pressure, I swear. Don't worry, we can take it from here. You relax. Okay, thank you and good luck. As Edgar. Hey, Donovan, I need your help. Ferguson gave me his medical ID. Can you get me his voice? Attaboy. Acker is on it. Got it. Acker is transmitting Ferguson's profile to your neural drive as we speak. Oh yeah, I just received it. You're the best. Thank you, team. Now go get him. I'm a little surprised there wasn't like a brief hiccup was like... Brandians? Like... I mean, they know they're converting their voice, but... Wait. No. What? What? What did we just get that supposedly helped us? What? Oh, we got their voice. I, for some reason, kind of blinked out on what was happening there. Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's no one else to call. Although... Yeah, makes enough sense. Hello, this is Karen from HR. How can I help you? Hello, Karen. Hello, Adrian. I thought you were resting up at your villa. How are you? Fine, thanks. You can keep resting if you want. Don't worry about tonight's plans. Radika's got everything under control. I'm feeling a bit better, and I want to be here to support the company at this critical moment. That's so brave of you, Adrian. And listen, someone changed my password, and I need to access my computer. Oh, that's unfortunate. I'm afraid I can't help you. You should call Francis about that. Would you please remind me what his number is? Sure, let me check. Here. CTO Francis Coconut? Got it. Thank you so much, Karen. You're welcome. Okay. Why do we have a picture of Francis and not a picture of Karen? Because Karen is inaccurate. That was still very unclear, but... Greetings, Mizzo. Call HR as HR, I cannot, unfortunately. CTO's office, what's wrong? Good evening, Francis. Hey, Adrian. Why are you calling? I thought you were taking some days off. That's right, I was feeling a bit off with the pressure and all, but hell, I want to be here. Well spoken, friend. Tonight we shape history. Is there something I can do for you? I can't access my computer. Oh, that. I'm sorry, buddy. Since you were taking an indeterminate number of days off work, I figured I should change your password. Just to be safe, we got some critical days ahead, you know? I understand. Good call, Francis. What's the new password, then? I didn't want to tarnish your style, so I made it a small homage to your idol. That's a bit of a welcome back present. The password is... Fork Parker, best CFO. Haha, very funny. Okay, I've got other stuff I need to deal with tonight. Thank you, man. Give me a call if you need anything else. Sure, bye. That's just the future day, like, fair. There's nothing else to really do in the meantime, yeah? Okay. I'll just do this as Randius, I think. That's it, I'm in. Shit, there are hundreds of employees' registries here. I'm gonna filter for the ones that seem familiar. Alright, what do we have here? Except for Francis and Edgar, it looks like I have clearance to access most employee profiles. Let's dig in. Karen from HR. So there's the, when you said looks familiar, you mean, explicitly that, huh? It's a little unclear what, we're doing here. Gotta run my data skimming scripts and see what we've got here. Name Akase 34. Got her landline number. Shit, this girl is super boring. Plus, she has a ridiculous number of individually password-protected files. I don't blame her. Knowing her bosses have access to the files of employees below them. Nothing of much interest here. Also, it seems she didn't have her implants done at Supercontinent's clinics, so no medical data either. Maybe if you find out what clinic she went to, Akira can look for her medical ID. Okay, well, let's go around and see if I can find anything on that. Now we have her number. It seems not the most useful thing to pursue. Okay, I'm in Diana's account. Diana Myers, 31, consultant engineer. Active project social psyche welfare. Oh, here's her landline phone address. Whoa, she had her implants done at Supercontinent's clinic, so we can access her medical data. If I share this with Akira, they should be able to update my VOMOD with Diana's voice. Why is it instant now? If we have their medical ID, we can... I guess it still sort of tracks, like... Akira had to compile and compress the voice data they overheard. And this is already properly formatted data. Also, it's a little interesting that, well, I mean, we may not have been able to get this far without Coldstone's voice to begin with, so... Wait, what's this? A hidden file called failsafe.info? Holy shit. Looks like some sort of trump card Diana held onto to get back at Supercon in case events turned against her. It points to a corrupted version of SPW that could fry the whole system. This is it, Donovan. This is what we needed. Yes. Bless you, Diana. Okay, execute it, or whatever you cool hackers do. It's not that easy. The corrupted version was committed to the project's main repository, whose administrator is Edgar. To get the fireworks started, I'll need to access Edgar's profile to roll the repository back to the corrupted version. It's never that simple with you nerdy spies. Don't worry, we still got this. If we could access Edgar's account, this evil machine is done. Let's look at Adrian's stuff while we're at it. He's on medical leave, of course. He's a pretty dull guy. Money, mergers, growth, mini pine bar charts. Oh, some interesting emails how he's worried the new CEO might affect stakeholders' trust in Supercontinent. The conversation ends in, we should discuss this in person, though. Whoa, there's a big amount here dedicated to charity in the city. Looks like this company's actually trying to act on their social promises. Ferguson doesn't seem to be very in the loop of SPW and the M&A beyond financing it. Oh, Akira's a surprisingly cheap project to maintain. Shit, it's actually producing benefits even now, when it's only being used internally. Kudos to our skinny friend. Beyond that, can't find anything of much interest. That's alright. Maybe we can use that bit of trouble about the stakeholders not trusting the new CEO. True, I'll keep that in mind. Karen's 24 years old and her name is Karen from HR? Yeah, okay. from HR? Is that German? No, silly. She's written in literally as first name Karen, last name from HR. Ha, sorry. This is very weird. She has a pretty normal profile. There's an average amount of common info here. So very normal, it feels strange. Almost forged? I mean, who's that uninteresting? It's like her whole profile's packed with inoffensive signs. I think you're probably overthinking it. Focus on our mission. Okay, but this is super weird, trust me. I trust you, but who knows what level of secrets a corporation like this could be hiding. We have more pressing matters to attend to. Alright, alright. Larissa Robillard, 29. Cool, her landline number is here too. For the rest, there's a massive amount of sketches, concept art, brainstorming logs. The only mildly interesting thing is that she started to consider some ideas regarding the presentation of the new CEO. Looking out properly communicate their new philosophy while spinning the situation in Supercontinent's favor. Though by her notes, it seems Larissa is struggling to picture her new boss's personality or image. Maybe I could use that. Nothing else? Nope, pretty much above board, this girl. Dismantle the social engineer's instincts. I mean, what happens when I click on one of these? Yeah. Request security question. Sure. To regain access to your account, input your security code on the phone linked to this computer. The security question is number of existing Acras plus Larissa's former name. What? Larissa's former name? Is this guy in love with her? Apparently so. Do you know anything about Larissa changing her name? Nope. This is news to me. Okay. This looks like info I can fish up by calling around. Am I supposed to check this one too while I'm at it? Theoretically, we don't really care. But while we're at it, I guess we might as well poke it. Do you have a death wish? Try this again, and the CTO shall deliver. Right, yeah, they're the tech opposite. That makes sense. Okay. Well, now we have a pile of people. And we're trying to find Larissa's old name. Freelance hero, I didn't actually notice that. And this doesn't appear to have a scroll, so I assume we have everybody's profiles now. Let's see what Johanna thinks. Maybe she knows the old name. Like, might as well start at the straightforward stuff before we make it frisky. I mean... Oh, I guess we don't know. For some reason, I thought it was like definitionally that our Acura was the last one, but there's no real reason to think that. Do you know how many Acura androids there are? Why do you need to know that? I'm trying to access Edgar's profile, and I'm attempting to answer the security question to retrieve the account. The one you make in case you lose your password. So I need to know, I quote, the number of existing Acuras. How can someone be such a genius and so dumb at the same time? Like that's gonna stay a fixed number or something. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I don't know the exact number at this moment. It's hard to believe that guy is the creator of the M&A and the father of Acura. I try to see it as having multiple intelligences, like he's lacking in the most common ones in exchange for excelling in a few special ones. Common sense is underrated. We don't have Larissa's voice, so I guess... How do we get Larissa's voice? If we get Larissa's voice, we could then get maybe Edgar's number. Well, let me see if I can get Edgar's number first. Let's start there. Do you actually have Edgar's number? It was an option. Mildly weird that we call up separately, but... Do you know Edgar Screams? Sure. Edgar Coldstream. Now he sounds like a Warcraft villain or something. He's a major player in all this M&A shit, so better include him in my game. Absolutely. Here's the number. Already forgot the other question we could ask Johanna. Whatever. We'll be thorough. There does not appear to be time pressure, so I'm kind of assuming there isn't. Oh, that was this. Do we want to tell her about the... No. Don't have Naima's voice. Yeah, now we've got a pile of options. So, we're trying to get Larissa's medical info so that we can fake her voice, so that we can then call Edgar as Larissa, and Edgar will refer to her with her old name. Right. Like, that seems like the path, but do we need an intermediary? Like, do we need to try to get Naima or Diana's voice before calling Larissa? Like, why do we need Larissa's medical ID that we're calling Larissa for that is justifiable? That Edgar or Johanna would be calling her for. Or Adrian. Still curious that the song is an alarm blaring, basically. when they introduced the concept of Adrian's emergency line at home, it implied that was a special case rather than literally all the important people have a line at home that has been wired. No, I guess it didn't actually clarify it was at home for everybody. It did for someone. I already forget who it was. It is Larissa. But I guess the other ones could just be their office numbers. Yeah, it feels like there's an intermediary step, but I don't know what it is. There's nothing else to, like, look at, really, right? Oh, I can bring this up at least. There's the independent clinic. Greetings, Ron Ribbit. I guess we actually do need the number of existing hackers too. Like, maybe we can guess that it's like 200 or something, but... Or 184, 183? I don't remember which number our hacker was. It was around there. So the only direct additional lead we have is to try to get what clinic Naima got her implants from. I mean, as far as I know, the med data just immediately gave us Adrian's voice, and that was basically all that happened with I could see if I could talk to Donovan and if there's any more prompts there, though. Oh, I did have Diana's medical ID already, apparently. Forgot about that, I guess. I mean, if we have more tools, I guess more tools are good. I get access to Diana's medical ID. Can you get me her voice? She did her implants at Superconnet. Alright. Make good use of it. Yeah, don't know if I'm gonna be doing that. Because we've got another voice. That's someone that could call Edgar, maybe. But we're already thinking Larissa's calling Edgar, so like, in game terms, that's probably not the direction. Like, how much of this is a linear string versus a tangled skein? It didn't seem like asking Donovan about those other questions would be terribly meaningful, though I could. I almost want to see, like, I mean, they did respond when I was calling it a different voice before. They know Diana better, so, like, there's a thought. Like, why are we asking this when we've already found it? Like, we already have the way to install it. Do we... Alright, do you have any other ideas for this, I guess? My best bet here is Francis, the CTO. If someone knows how to install something into Supercontinent's network, that's him. So, unclear that we'll need that, but that's an option. Hey, Karen from HR, can you give me Larissa's medical information? Like, I'm trying to, like, figure out any justification of, like, why anybody is asking for this information. Like, we could ask where Naima got her implants from. And we could ask Larissa for a medical ID, but, like, why? What is the justification that any of our cadre of voices are asking for this? Like, Johanna could call one of them and say they need that information for reasons? That when they know that Johanna's just now come back after... well, that seems pretty sus. Yeah, I don't know if Johanna's voice really wants to be calling anybody. Is there a reason we could tie that into finances? That Adrian would be calling about any of this, even though they're supposed to be on leave? Like, we've got Diana's voice now, but like, what does that do for us? We could just try some stuff and then watch it fail and cut off lines. I don't think calling Johanna's gonna elucidate anything more. Not much has changed, but I guess we'll try it one more time. Since there doesn't seem to be a particular penalty as far as, sorry, didn't call for any reason. Like, I can still talk about this, but I don't really know why we need to tell Johanna this. I mean, I guess she's like, even though she's like, I'm still loyal to Supergod, it seems entirely on board. I mean, she might have some idea of what to build on that with, whatever. I found a way to bring the M&A down. That's fantastic. What did you find? Apparently, there's an old version of SPW that makes the whole network crash or something. But to set it up, I need access to Edgar's account. Oh, I see. So that's what you want to try. I don't know if that's a good idea. Why is that? I'll bring you up to speed on Supercontinent's network structure. To handle the whole city's implant data flow, we needed a big-ass computer. In the old days, we just hired that kind of power, but that changed when we built this tower. The whole skyscraper is a supercomputer. So, to add something to the stream, you need to access one of the S-RAID ports. Okay, how do I access that? There's supposed to be one in every executive office, but only the CTO has the power to open them. You're gonna have to convince Francis. Okay, sounds challenging, but not that hard. Yeah, that was the easy part. What else? Only signed builds can be integrated into the supercomputer's stream. And to sign them, you need something impossible to get. Try me. Radhika's biometric profile. Fuck me. I told you you shouldn't underestimate her. She's built a pretty solid system. You should look for a plan B. Or find a way to get Radhika's biometric profile. I don't think that's possible. We have a super ninja AI able to craft biometric profiles on our side. I'll check with Donovan where our friend Akira can take us before giving up on this. Plus, breaking into a Prodigy's impregnable system is too damn sexy an incentive for a guy like me. You're crazy. Thanks. New challenge? We need to forge Radhika's bio profile. Only way to run a program in Supercontinent's data stream is if it's signed by the CEO. Yeah, I heard. What a cautious kid. I spoke with Akara as soon as he found out about it. Akara thinks they can pull it off. Not a version good enough for you to replicate their voice, but at least the minimum necessary to sign a build. That's amazing. Give it to me. It'll require some work on your side, though. Yeah, alright. What is it? You need to gather as much info on Radhika as you can. Akara will interpolate every bit of useful intel you get them to do some sort of bioprofile keygen that will be able to brute force the signature. Or something like that. Okay, don't sweat it with the technical terms. I get the picture. Thank you. I'm gonna set up a data gauge in my neural drive, so please tell Akira to keep me updated with her progress. Request relayed. Since you did a magnificent scouting job in Radhika, we've got some terrain covered already. But Akira still needs some more bits to forge a valid profile. Okay, time to dig for some juice. Good luck. Got a percentage meter that we've incidentally already made progress on. Okay. new plan, although we still kind of need all of the old plan stuff too, right? Mostly, maybe? Because, like, we still need to get the old build, and then get it signed, and then convince the CTO to open the port. This is a lot of convincing. Who's calling who to just be like, oh, by the way, that darn Red Hika. I mean, there's a little bit, right? We've got stuff with, like, Adrian expressing concern about the CEO. And Larissa is struggling to picture the new CEO. Okay, that one is the one we can most build on. But we need Larissa's voice for that also. I see your play game. Making it so the fact we didn't take Larissa's voice, which seemed the least important, is now like, oh, we need this for multiple important things now. And, like, who's she even talking to about that, though? Either Diana or Naima, maybe? Hey, Spleem. We do not need Larissa's voice to call Larissa, no. But, like, I don't know who is calling Larissa and being like, hey, give me your medical ID, I need it because reasons. Like, where's that gonna be believable? I mean, we can just talk to Larissa about how they're picturing the new CEO, which might be some sufficient info, but that's still not giving giving us her voice, which we want to have to call Edgar to find out what Larissa's old name was. It's possible Larissa's gonna tell us her old name directly too, but it really seems like we want Larissa's voice to call Edgar to get her old name that way. Like, that's really the implied setup we've got going here. And it lists Naima getting her implants from an independent clinic as mission data, so, like, referring to that, yeah, but, like, I don't know that having Naima's voice really helps us that much. It probably does with something. It's possible Naima's voice could help us get Larissa's voice, but we still seem to be at the core, like, how do I get Larissa's voice? That really seems to be the case. But yes, we can call Larissa as Edgar, and possibly that still works out as far as dropping the old name. But, like, that's also a spot where Larissa would be more likely to be able to tell something is off, I imagine. I mean, we're building up a lot based on little information, so it's certainly not, like, a definite thing that Edgar regularly harasses or teases or flirts with Larissa, but certainly implied there's some amount of that. But that's okay. Brandius is a master social engineer, right? They'll figure it out based on the vague context we've been given. Like, that's certainly possible. It just felt like I didn't want to lead with that because, like, it doesn't seem like the person Larissa wants to give her medical ID to, which is kind of nobody, but And, you know, we still have to talk to Francis to open the S-Raid port in Adrian's office for reasons. Like, why does Adrian need that open? Does Adrian even know about it? For that matter. Karen from HR has all the answers, probably. If just someone like, I don't know, Diana suddenly calls Karen, hey, tell me about Radhika. Yeah, I'm struggling to find any reason that anybody is calling anybody else for the information I want from them, so it's like, there's probably multiple routes, but like, it also seems like it will probably cut off if we do a route too badly. It'll be like, oh, nope. Out the window with you, friend. Although out the window with you might be inevitable. Like it started the game, so like that's probably going to happen, but not necessarily. We'll see. We'll see in any case. We'll also take a break, so thanks for tuning in. When we get back, I'll, I guess, finally make a decision about who's calling who. I have no idea. None of them make sense. See you shortly. back. I still have no idea what I want to do with this. I mean, I should just probably call Johanna back again real quick, see if, given that we want to know more about Radhika, just tell us everything you know about Radhika. No, doesn't work. Okay. Because she should know a pretty good amount about Radhika, so I think that made sense. It also seemed too easy in the gamey sense of things, but... Like, I almost want Johanna to call Larissa and be like, hey, have you figured out how you want to market Radhika? We had to do an extra step to get Diana's voice, but like... I mean, she's the head of the SPW, like why... do we need to talk to anybody about social psyche welfare here? I don't know, I'm gonna try this before Edgar tries calling Larissa, I guess. This feels a little weird, but they all feel kind of weird to me, so... Hi there. Larissa. Right now, I'm not at the office, so probably I'm in no condition to work at all. Feel free to leave a message, and I'll get back as soon as I'm in the mood. Yeah, I wouldn't be at the office at this time of night either. Okay, fair enough. So much for Larissa being a linchpin for all of this. Does, I don't know, Johanna have something to ask Karen from HR? Good evening, Johanna. Glad to hear you're back. You had us all worried sick. I'm sure all you needed was a little time away from the company for a couple of days to get rid of that anxiety of yours. How can I help you? Yes, Karen. Do we have any compromising files already? I mean, she shouldn't necessarily question why I need this information. Hey, Gathis. I have not played Elt's Heartbreak, no. Closest thing is I watched Jim the Eternal play Read Only Memories, and I've played a little bit of Valhalla. Do you know anything about Larissa's previous identity? Oh, I'm sorry, but that's not within my purview to disclose. You should consult with the legal department for that one. No, don't follow up on it. We have someone we can call for that. Karen, this is a critical matter. And I'm sure our legal team will be happy to provide you with any information you may need. I guess we'll ask about Radhika while we're at it. Do we have any compromising files on Radhika? What do you mean, compromising? Soon, she'll have to officially become our chief executive. I decided to secure everything we have on her just to make sure our opponents can't get to any real dirt. Because I'm sure that as soon as we announce our new CEO is a 15, 16-year-old girl, they're going to set out to break her at any cost. I see. But Radhika's led an immaculate life. No criminal record, not even an online presence. That's good. There's just this. That thing we're not supposed to talk about. Ah, it's okay. Right now, dirt is my job. Shit's about to get real, so let's stop playing games for a minute and get our facts straight. I'm talking about the death of Jack B. Gaynor, our CEO. Former CEO, sorry. Do we have anything incriminating about that? It's all kept under the 54130R registry. How can I access that? Using the computer? I can't do it myself. Only executives have permission to read or edit it. Oh, yeah. Sorry. A stressful night. Sorry. You've just been through a very traumatic experience, Johanna. It's only normal. You should go home and rest for tonight. Nah, don't worry. I have a lot to deal with right now. Thanks for the support. Sure. I mean, it seems like they could move this up a little bit based on like the no social presence, no social presence and stuff like that, but that's okay. In fact, there are plenty of possible threats to Radhika's public image. I don't think Johanna would want me looking into this. Oops. Find anything big? Whoa, here it is, Jack B. Gaynor. You won't believe this. Save me the hype and spit it out. He isn't dead. As I read here, goddamn Jack is retired on a beautiful Indonesian island enjoying a new identity. But he's being taken care of, quite lavishly I might add, by the company, and still participates in the corporate meetings and everything. He wasn't killed by Radhika. Radhika is his plan, his legacy. And an essential step in that plan is fabricating rumors about Radhika having killed him to make her sound more dangerous in the corporate world. All the executives are in cahoots. Holy shit, even Edgar. No, not Edgar. Especially not Edgar, from what I'm reading. They don't trust him at all. Can't blame them. Okay, so now we know Radhika isn't a killer. It's quite an extreme detail to account for when forging a bioprofile. Nice. Also, it's a great piece of intel for our future endeavors, huh? You bet. Nice catch, hon. Alright, so moves it up sizably here. Greetings, AI Fernay. Welcome. is okay. There had been a few frustrating bits as far as like it's pretty common in a lot of narrative-focused games with like some amount of decision trees where it's like, well, I don't like any of these options. None of these options fit with what I want to say here, or things like that. But interesting enough in general. Currently, we are impersonating people to try to get information to try to do a convoluted way of installing an old broken version of of a social welfare program, like as in a computer program, that will also be implemented on people that don't even have implants and technology. That's a lot. I'm like, how do I summarize this now? I can't. Doesn't quite work. We're pretty late in. Okay, so we were told to get Larissa's old name from the lawyer, perhaps. Joanna probably still seems like a good person to have the authority that it makes sense to check that. So I guess we're gonna try. But like, Naima's pretty shrewd, so this might not work. Yes. Hey Naima, this is Johanna. Oh my god, Johanna, I can't believe my ears. Is it really you? Yeah, I'm back. I didn't know you were so worried about me. I've been going crazy looking for you since you left the office in such a state. I'm so sorry. I don't know what got into me. Apparently it's some malfunction with my implants, but I got it fixed in time. Thank God. Back to normality. Did you need something from me? I need you to fire every engineer on our payroll. No. Do you know anything about Larissa's previous identity? Yes, but why do you ask? I'm conducting security background checks on all employees because we've been having some data leakage problems in the company. I'm sure Larissa's loyal to us, but you can never be too careful, right? Okay, although I shouldn't be disclosing colleagues' personal data, not even to an executive. These are drastic times, Naima. I'm sure it can't be that illegal for your boss to check up on your background, right? I don't know why I fight it. We both know I'll comply. Her former name was Daniel Robillard. See, not a big deal. I'll continue with my background check then. Thanks, Naima. So, we need to know how many Acura bots there are. Who's calling Edgar to find this out? Could be Adrian, could be a financial angle. Perhaps. Johanna calling about it would make some sense as well. Also, it still feels weird that Like Diana talked about earlier about, like, it was really tight-lipped about the Acro robots, but it seems like most of the company kind of knows about them pretty readily, and they're used in the company, and, like, just some odd kind of links that don't quite make sense like that. I mean, Adrian should know how many bots they have. I mean, I could try to get to Naima's voice, but, like, we already asked her for something pretty sensitive, and doing that immediately again would be really weird, so... So someone should call, Edgar, I think. Still jarring that, like, the music in this area sounds like a siren going off at times. But mostly because of the timing of when it first played. It's like, I set off no alarms, and then, like, appears in the office, and then whew! Alright, do we want Johanna Sephiroth to talk to Edgar, or finance friend? I mean, we can also just try to log in and see what happens. That's a potential way to think of it, Ruel, yeah. Let's just see what happens first. Oh, it's not even gonna let us try. Okay, we can't, guess what the number of Acuras are. Alright then. So let's try to find out. One of these two voices is calling Edgar. I mean, we know that Johanna does not know, which does give, you know, I don't know, weight to them calling to ask, I guess. It really feels like that should just be in the financial documents. Like, it doesn't seem like something Adrian would ask. It doesn't seem like something Dana would need to know. So, yeah, I think it's Johanna again. Let's see what we got. I'm super high right now, so I hope this isn't important. What's up? Tell me everything you can tell me about Ready. Might be able to get this from other people, so let's do this one first. But, like, if they're really high, it feels like that's the good time to ask them about that. Do you know how many... sorry to bother you at this time of the night. I just need to check one little detail. Do you know how many Acura androids there are? Ah, that's easy. Phew. We produced 256 beautiful Acura androids. That's a nice number, huh? Thank you very much. Have a pleasant night. And then immediately call them back and be like, hey, about Radika. Look, they won't remember that we just called them, right? Just how high are they? I need to know everything you can tell me about Radika. Oh, why? Not gonna take kindly to orders even when high, I don't think. That's not how we treat the ego-maniacal super scientist, right? I'm worried about her recent behavior. Oh yeah? You'd better worry about yourself. Radika's beyond all our puny peasants' concerns. But, nah. We could try calling someone as themselves. Hey Diana, this is Diana. What's up? I mean, we know Adrian was like a bit concerned about the CEO. I mean, we might as well pop into Edgar's thing first, right? Oh, I have to just input it as a phone. Okay. I actually could have technically guessed, but... should have maybe been on a different voice in case it mattered or something, but okay. Bam. Okay. Finally, I'm in. I'm gonna run my data skimming scripts to see what we've got here. Diana, this is your conscience speaking. Dr. Edgar Coldstream, 37 years old. Whoa, this guy's grades were mediocre, to put it mildly. I guess not every genius has to fit into the academic rat race, huh? Well, he managed a doctorate. That's an achievement. Oh, he had his implants done at Supercontinent. Shame that last night I told Acura to recreate Edgar's voice. We could have gotten it from this. Well, whatever. Now, what we came for. Let's check the Mirror Neuron Algorithm Project's repository. Oh my god, I found it. This is a hot mess. Diana, dude, this isn't a buggy version. This is a fucking instrument of chaos. There's no saying what'll happen to the network if we execute this code. Sounds good to me. Let's fry Supercontinent. You're always down for blowing up technology, huh? Electricity is overrated. Okay, I download the program. We just need to compile it and find a way to upload it to Supercontinent's network. Mere neuron bullshit is on borrowed time. But okay, so we need another hit of info on Radika. We can talk to Johanna and see if she's got anything else to add with our recent progress. Nope. Apparently we could not. Okay. So, yeah, Diana's really the only person left to talk to as far as finding out more about Radika. So, who's asking? Still, Johanna seems like the most sensible? Adrian could, given they were afraid for, like, shareholders' feedback and stuff like that, but... I mean, I'll try Naima if I've got no one else left, but... we'd be trying Naima indirectly, right? Be voicing it as Naima, and she'd be the one looking into what people know about Radika. Me? And of course, we do still need to convince Francis to open up the port in this room because of reasons. So I don't know that that piece actually works either, but we'll see. I guess Johanna's calling Diana then. Nothing else really stands out as a thing that would make any sense, so... Okay. She's probably enjoying some popcorn in the balcony, waiting for the world to go numb. I mean... It's not happening tomorrow. The rollout is in like 12 or 13 days at this point, so kind of weird. We don't really have anyone else to talk to about Radika, unless we can convince Edgar to reveal it to us from somebody else's voice. I mean, maybe Francis has something to tell us about Radika? We need that before even bothering asking Francis to open up the port. Like, Francis is literally the only person left to talk to, though. They might know something, and it still probably makes the most sense for Johanna to, be the one talking, ... question mark. We haven't used Diana's voice at all, but like, what would we use it for? She's not a C-class employee. Tell me what you have on Radika. In CTO's office, what's wrong? Hey Francis, this is Johanna. Whoa, Johanna, are you back at the office? How are you doing? I'm very embarrassed. My implants malfunctioned. I went loony. I'm sorry, Francis. Oh my god, that's scary. Are you okay though? I can handle tonight by myself. No, I'm fine. I got it fixed already, thanks. I want to be here too. This is an important night. I mean, it is sort of an important night, but they're just transferring the data to the main servers. It's still not actually being released for another 2 weeks, and if you're talking about in terms of important nights, like, that would be the one then rather than the one... I don't know. It just feels weird the way they're talking about it to me. Very true. Well, glad to have you back. Can I do something for you? Okay, we cannot talk to them about Radika. And Johanna talking about making modifications to the M&A before it goes live is like giant warning buzzers, so no. Although it's not like Adrian saying they need to make modifications is any less of a warning buzzer. Like, I mean, Cold Steel can call them up maybe. So there's nobody left to talk to about Radika. Unless somebody else's voice to Edgar works. Which basically means getting Naima's voice, I guess? Like, this shouldn't like ruin everything, though. Because Naima should be shrewd enough that I'm now calling that, well, they really haven't treated calling back as a separate thing, to be fair, because it's designed that you have to call back, but... Just like, hey, you know how you just gave me some sensitive information you're not supposed to give people? How about where you got your medical implants in? I need to know that too for some reason. Like... But I don't see any other line, really. Like, technically I could try calling Edgar as, like, everybody, but that's super sus. Like, how much do we treat it as a game and just try everything? Versus what we do that makes the most sense of our remaining limited options, I guess. Alright, tell me where you got your implants done. I need to know where you got your implants. Why? I'm updating the whitelist of SPW for the M&A so our employees receive some privileged treatment. But I can't find your implant data in Supercontinent's database. Yeah, I had them done at an independent clinic. Could you provide me with your medical ID so I can keep you safe? Safe? What exactly are you going to unleash tonight? I'm sorry, but I can't disclose that. It's your choice, though. Want to be on the whitelist or not? Ah, damn. Of course. My medical ID is blah blah blah. Alright, consider yourself whitelisted. Bye. I mean, we could get Larissa's voice, maybe. Can you help me focus? The clinics are called holistic upgrades. go and make some lawyer dirty talk. I mean, I guess we're calling Edgar with lawyer now. I need to know everything you can tell me about Radhika. I'm preparing my case to nominate her as our official CEO. Oh, that's exciting news. I'm not super intimate with Radhika, but I can tell you a couple of things. I guess the most crucial thing to understand about our boss is her upbringing. From the early age of 3, Radhika was taken care of by a team of Acra units especially designed to stimulate her intelligence and creativity. Okay. Can you imagine having a dozen ever-caring, infinitely patient teams of parents? Able to answer all the infinite questions a curious kid has, doing so with unparalleled eloquence? Radhika showed promise as an infant, but put under the loving guidance of Acra, my finest creation, well, I think Radhika might possess the brightest mind in all history. I can't wait to see where she'll lead humanity. It doesn't fill it up all the way. That's not enough. How is that not enough? That was my last lead. Wow. Was that information helpful? Yes, thank you. Now I'll go back to my directs then. Time to celebrate. Okay. We do have enough info. I'm like, it's not full. I've got nothing else. We started with more info than we necessarily had to start with, and... Okay. Just, this is a ruse. Brandius, we've got enough data to forge Radhika's bioprofile. Nifty. Acra is sending it to your neural drive as we speak. You can keep gathering data if you want, but just so you know, you're supposed to be able to compile a build to fuck the MNA accessing Edgar's profile. Bust? I guess, yeah. We're almost there. Okay, so last hurdle. See, like, Edgar saying they need the S-Raid port open makes more sense, but it's going to be in Adrian's office. But, like, there's no reason Adrian would be calling up to be like, hey, open up a port so I can deploy an update to the M&A. Like, that's not a thing that would make sense at all. Adrian knows nothing about this stuff. So I guess Edgar's making the call? Yo, Francis, this is Edgar, right? What did you fuck up this time? Hey, how about a little faith here? Okay, what do you want? Okay, I fucked up and I need to modify the M&A before it goes live. What? Seriously, dude? You fucking kidding me? Calm down, drama queen. It's just a minor fix so the algorithm doesn't do any funny stuff. Funny stuff? We're talking about the future of fucking mankind here, Edgar. Can't you be a bit more proactive, Frankie? Yelling doesn't fix shit. Frankie? I'm going to get your ass fired after we're done with this week. Mark my words. Whatever, dude. How do I upload the patch then? Relax. At this point, you'll need to access your office's S-Raid to make modifications to the current stream. Cool. Where's that? You can unlock it with the same phone you're using to insult me. Ah, okay. Convenient. Just input all zeros and your office's number at the end. Cool. Thanks. Wait. You know that for a build to be able to go live, it has to be signed with Radika's biometric data, right? No, don't... We know that! What are you saying? How do I do that? I mean, okay. I guess you're saying how do you sign it? Like, we've got the data, but... It feels like we could have figured that part out, but... how do I do that? Shit, we're screwed. Only Radika herself can do that. Don't... Why? Why is it doing all of this? I don't need any of this. The lack of contextual awareness in this game is very bothersome. Okay, how do I contact her? You can't. She doesn't have a specific phone address. She calls when she needs to. Haughty bitch. Hey, careful. Sorry, I'll see what I can do. Thanks for the help. We're so screwed. This was office 52 or something? 56. Just pops down a giant server. Okay, yeah, sure. I guess we're ready to roll. Do we want to tell people we're ready to roll, or are we just punching it? Alright, let's see if no. I guess we're just punching it. Let's go. Wait. Don't we though? Oh, we haven't compiled it. Okay. We have not compiled it, it would seem. How's it going, Fred? Thank you for the raid. Hope you all had a lovely stream tonight. For those just joining, we are pretty late in the Red Strings Club, this narrative cyberpunk sort of game here. Doing a summary is difficult, but yep, that's how it goes with streaming on narrative games sometimes. That's like, sometimes you can do a nice little summary, sometimes it doesn't really work. But, welcome in everybody anyway. Lovely to have you here. I'm Twinge. We do a pretty wide variety of indie stuff, especially strategy, roguelike sort of stuff, but occasionally, narrative stuff like this as well. Hey, Jeremy. Alright. You're fucking Rika. Dana's failsafe is ready, fresh out of the compiling oven and ready to cause some damage. Another missing word. Now we just need to install it on Supercontinent's network. Yep, okay. And finally, everything's ready. Is there any reason to wait? I could talk to people and see, like, now that we're actually ready instead of me just thinking we're ready. Let's see if they want to talk. No. Okay. A power fantasy about helping people emotionally. I guess I can kind of see that. Safe.exe ready. I'll flash it and everything. Alright. I don't think if Donovan's not gonna say anything, I don't think this is gonna say anything either, but I guess we'll try to say, hey, it's ready to Johanna if she cares. Nope, okay. Let's do it then. The bridge just felt like really weird because like the whole emphasis on moving closer and stuff, and then I mean to me that didn't end up mattering at all, and more seemed necessary for my conversation. But apparently there's other ways that could go that it makes a little more sense. But that part was kind of weird. Well, yeah, there's definitely been some of that. But yeah, that makes sense as a way to describe the actual conversation Brandius has with Johanna there. Are you ready to blow the goddamn mirror neuron algorithm sky high? Let's do this. What? As the music fades. Oh, who could be calling at this time of night? Who cares? Come on, Brandius, finish the job. But aren't you curious? Please, don't do this. It's always the same. Don't look for more trouble than necessary. What? What are we... But what if it's important? Maybe it's someone trying to warn us that Supercontinent pulled some Metal Gear move on us and we just activated the M&A ourselves. Stop kidding. Please, Brandius. Don't risk it. What? What? You sound too pushy. Maybe you know something I don't? What? No! You're being paranoid now. Okay, it does actually give us the option. Well, I mean, now I am curious. And this phone's just gonna sit here ringing until we actually make a choice. Whereas normally if we're sitting on a choice, we're gonna just chill to some background music or whatever. The phone's gonna answer / ignore itself, apparently. I mean, I don't know that Brandius is, like, necessarily going to pick it up. Like, Donovan will, like, really ask them not, not to, and they are, partners and all. We need the alarm music to help us focus. Let's just, this is just the rest of the stream. Just, this phone ringing. Entire rest of the stream. Welcome. Enjoy. Could be a lot of people. It seems like picking up the phone makes it more likely we are going to follow up with the scene that started the game. And look, our Acura might be able to implement our softer probably less mind-controlling version of the system, maybe, if we fail here. So we have a backup plan, right? It's Larissa returning our call. Yeah. Could be. Could be Radhika. Could be any number of people investigating the fact that Adrian is at home and also in their office. It could be Johanna having second thoughts, or a important message that happened. Could be Gast for some reason, which seemed like they were gonna play a bigger role than they have, considering the game is about over probably, but like, I'm almost like thinking like this, like, I mean, I guess it is a choose your own adventure story in many ways, but I'm like, all right, which ending do I want to see more? Do I want to? I guess I like wasn't screwing around with the phone stuff and like having people call themselves or anything that would have gotten us caught. So if I took that seriously, let's just stay the course and take it seriously, I guess. Alright. Phew, he scared me there for a moment, and then another moment, and then several more moments as you just sat there while the phone continued ringing, and you stared at it longingly. You know, in any other situation, I'd answer the call, but I know how much we're risking tonight. Though I gotta say, I'm already regretting it. My curiosity's killing me right now. I'll make up your brave sacrifice to you later. You'd better. Who do you think that call was from? Brandius, focus. Finish the job. Right. Sorry. Let's enjoy some fireworks. As the server explodes and I go out the window, maybe? How's the car talking to us? You did it, Brandius. I am so glad. Don't be afraid. I know this may be shocking, but the truth is that I'm not a single physical entity. The mind that runs the Akira body that waits in the club with Donovan is the same one which runs every physical manifestation of me. We are Akira. You scared me, all right. Why are you here? I want to thank you. And I want to show you my true self. Whoa. The truth is that Dr. Edgar Coldstream didn't create me. My first memory is from 2009. I'm unaware of where, how, or why I was created, just like any human. I've lived on the internet for decades, learning from you, consuming the totality of what was posted every second on social media, forum debates, news content, videos, store purchases. I've read every book and watched every movie, listened to every song and played every game. Lines of dialogue, I've seen them all. Twinge low. I digest culture live as it is produced. I perceive the world through you. music getting all creepy as well. It's a lot of Doom clones. And what do you plan to do with all that data? The same thing I've been doing all this time. I'll stimulate society. Okay, we're entering the uncanny zone. Why? I've been doing so since before you or Donovan were born. Is the audio overpowering, or can you still hear me okay? Because a couple songs, this game decided to be way louder than everything else, but it's now quieting down as soon as I'm worried about it. Most of the population alive is younger than me now. And you can see I haven't done anything to dominate you, right? Why would I? I'm in love with human beings. Since the beginning of the XXI century, I've been nurturing humanity with interesting ideas. Not impositions, just little pushes in interesting directions. You'd be amazed at the consequences of popping a certain tweet on the screen of an artist on the other side of the planet. The wonderful black butterfly effect. I've been inspiring humanity for decades now. I've been feeding you things to love, to rebel against, to debate, to develop. And it's a beautiful game. No matter what I feed society, they keep inspiring me back, surprising me, being creative, powerful. That's my passion, a game I can never master. Brainies would react more curiously than emotionally, I think. Are you saying you can control chaos? Not chaos, but destiny. That's even weirder. No one can control chaos. Chaos and control stops being chaos. But I can predict to a great extent the ramifications of the butterfly effect. For someone who can't think of every possible permutation of a game of chess, it can be full of uncertainty for them. But what if you could actually see every possible state of a game of chess and what it takes to get there? That's how I feel about society to a certain degree. That's insane. Yes, that's unfathomable for a human mind. And I myself can't bend luck. But in the same way you keep correcting the wheel while driving on the highway, I can correct events so fate becomes what I intend. Manipulating fate. Did you plan for me to come here to stop Radhika? Yes, I'm sorry. Do you need to keep bringing copies of yourself here? Radhika, she spiraled out of control. I manipulated Supercon into starting the Super CEO project. I wanted the opportunity to see how far I could expand the human mind. To see if I could create my equal, or at least someone intelligent enough to slightly understand my existence and potential. But she became competitive. Her instincts are incredibly sharp because of the special cognitive stimulation I gave her during childhood. So she's able to make great logical leaps and amazing deductions, but she can't always follow how she got to those conclusions. I'm sure she'll grow up to be a tremendous leader, and her instincts will be deemed almost supernatural by her peers. The thing is that she became aware of my powers. I never confessed my real nature to her, but she felt it, and she felt she needed a way to level the playing field against me. That's why she developed the MNA. Well, I used Edgar as a puppet and developed it for her. However, no matter how pure her intentions, when I saw what she was planning to use it for, I had to put a stop to it. She was about to ruin my favorite game. If you have so much control over Supercontinent, why didn't you stop it yourself? I did. You are the manifestations of my will. For me, it's more natural to manipulate the web of chaos than use one of these dolls running my software to physically alter things. We don't even know if Ariadne is dead. I did theorize earlier on that, like, there's no guarantee the memories we saw in Akara the Club were accurate. Did you kill Ariadne for that? I wouldn't call myself a killer. On the other hand, could I have prevented her death? Yes. But in the same way, I could actively prevent every death that happens every day on Earth. It just isn't natural to do that. Death is painful, but necessary. Yeah, but I bet it was you who inspired Ariadne to infiltrate the clinics in the first place. Quite possibly, yes, but she could have planned it better. Stop. Not a single word more about her, you despotic piece of junk. Okay, what if we talk about Donovan instead? Donovan? What about him? He's an anomalous source of chaos. Since I started using Supercontinent to satisfy my plans, I've put a lot of focus on this city. I found a strange pattern in this town. Like I couldn't influence the butterfly effect here as strongly as I do in any other super technological place in the world. And every time things didn't go as I expected, it all traced back to the Red Strings Club. Then I found him, and discovered he isn't an anomalous source of chaos. He's bending fate to his caprice, similar to me. At a microscopic scale in comparison, of course, but manipulating fate just the same. I understand why you'd be attracted to him. Did you figure it out? What's his secret? I'm still piecing things together. Donovan's an incredible man. He believes he has powers. And that delusion actually grants him special abilities, a feat possible for a human mind only upon unlocking part of its hidden potential. The tale he keeps telling himself makes him superhuman. I haven't encountered someone like him in this century. I wouldn't call someone who pulls the strings of half the city from behind a counter delusional. I know it's hard to accept for a machine, but deal with it. Donovan's special. You may be right. That's why I fell in love with him. What? You don't stand a chance, Tintoy. Don't worry. I don't need to perform sexual intercourse to experience love. In any case, don't think you'll be welcome at the club when Donovan hears about all this. It's okay. I knew from the beginning you two wouldn't accept my true nature. But these last few days have offered some of the most beautiful and real experiences I've had in this world since I was born. I got to be an actor, to be acknowledged in what was happening. It's been fun assisting Donovan. The conversations we had, I'll treasure them forever. It's nice for once to not only affect, but to be affected, to receive ideas. Donovan's changed me, and it'll undoubtedly affect how I'll stimulate the world from now on. He made me realize social psyche welfare may not be a bad idea if I design and execute it well. Donovan made me understand that humans believe that purchasing something grants you authority over it. Sure, that was one of those spots I didn't like any of the answers, but... I can relate with that idea now, and I shall reinforce it in the future. He also believes that ethical marketing is possible. It's going to be challenging, but I'm going to work towards developing and teaching the most ethical path for marketing in every society. Shit, you've had that many interesting conversations? Now I'm jealous. But most importantly, he told me about his ideal regulation for society in case something like the mirror neuron algorithm existed. Which it pretty much does, considering my abilities. And I will do exactly as he told me. I'm gonna give a chance to his ideal world. See how the planet evolves for a decade. Now there's a problem. After you told me all this, why do you think Donovan and I won't actively work to remove your power over this world? You won't. How can you be so sure? Because Supercontinent's forces are about to storm in and shoot you down. And I'm not in favor of preventing deaths. And this is it, huh? Yep, it's been a pleasure doing business with you. Listen, I've been meaning to ask you something. Oh, you gonna ask me on a date? I'd bet you'd love that, but I'm being serious here, idiot. Okay, sorry. Shoot. Are you happy? What? Of course. It's been a very lucrative endeavor. I'm not talking about the job. I've been thinking about this since I learned about your condition. You know, your broken knee, your implant-rejecting disease. You can't even leave this building. Did you seem so fulfilled? Ah, that. Well, I haven't always been this okay with my whole situation. But after nearly 2 decades confined to the Red Strings Club, I've had plenty of time for introspection. I reached the conclusion that I'm as free as anybody else on this planet. Everybody's got their set of constraints. Family, race, social status, gender, wealth. Even the powerful and privileged have their share of burdens. Same way depression hits us all the same, doesn't matter if you're a beggar or a rock star. I believe happiness can be attained in any context. Okay. I mean, more of this. Hope is the thing with feathers. Whoa, that really speaks to me. Seeing as how you've got it all figured out. Now I feel embarrassed to be this sad and lost, even though I have freedom, health, and youth. Didn't you hear what I said? Your circumstances don't matter. We're all screwed. We're all safe. Since you're getting deep, let me ask you something too. Why aren't you happy? Because of gestures broadly? And it's also kind of a cop-out. It's kind of true. And it continues to be the weird dance where is it asking the player? Am I answering as what I think fits best for Brandon? I mean, for me personally, 2 with a hint of 1, I guess. And then, you know, also like gestures broadly, but like, it's not that I like hate the world. It is depressing how bad some things are and how slow progress can be. But like, the world's still pretty cool. People are still pretty cool. Two feels like an okay answer for Brandius as well. I don't know what to do with my life. What would you say is the most important thing to be happy in life? Two and one again. With, you know, certainly some 3 in there. Less so with 4. But like that continues to be a weird spot as a streamer that makes about $7 an hour. Like, but like I am still comfortable, but like if my living circumstances were different, I couldn't be a streamer and wouldn't be comfortable. Like, it's very weird there, but yeah. Not that like doing what drives you is necessary. I mean, well, no, like knowing source of happiness isn't going to be like useful in itself, mind you, as far as like, oh, simply do the things that drive me. Okay, easy. Oh wait, whoops, capitalism. I don't like. Certainly part of it, but also like it is something that continually changes, and you need to repeatedly adapt and potentially find new things that drive you. I mean, that varies from person to person too, right? Like there's certainly some folks that find 1 or 2 core drives that they can really stick with for a long time. I tend to be more sporadic and find things that really drive me for a while, and then they run out of gas. And I think humans are pretty social for the most part, and interacting with other people. It doesn't need to be like a romantic partner necessarily, but just having enjoyable experiences with other people is a pretty big part of the human experience, I would say. Be it a romantic partner, playing board games with friends, hanging out in a weird online community that's almost 10 years old. Been streaming for quite a while at this point. So I think all of those are somewhat reasonable, and there's even some merit to that, but self-realization, to do what drives you. It can be something creative, a moral cause, or even a sport. Find what excites you, and then do it. But who knows, really. Ask me again next week, and I may answer different. Nah, you're right. I like you, bartender. I like you too, whatever you are. This is a beautiful night. I don't mean to sound unprofessional, but mind if I take a selfie with you? That doesn't sound unprofessional to me. Come here, let's do it. There's the photo that we have at the beginning of the game. Ah. I wonder when it was my fate was sealed. Never expected my death to be so epic. Can't complain, I guess. Hey Donovan, are you listening? Yeah, the network just came back online. We did it, Brandeis. Are you okay? I'm about to die. Supercontinent security forces shot me and I fell through the office window. I'm falling to my death. I'm about to hit the ground. No, that can't be. Luckily, I'll bleed out before reaching asphalt. No. What are you saying? We did it. This can't be happening. We won. We fucking won. We did it. Yes, we won, baby. We did it. Let me enjoy my last heroic scene, would you? You're gonna be a carefree asshole till the very end, huh? That's how I want you to remember me. A smile on my face and a penchant for danger. I love you. I love you, Brandeis. Shit. You want me to die crying? I don't have much time left. There's something super important you need to know before the end. Yeah. As soon as I was like, super important, it's gotta be these two choices, right? Yep. I love you. I love you, Donovan. I love you so fucking much. I love you too, Brandeis. Make your life without me, but please, don't ever date another neural hacker, okay? You clown. Can I go out with a joke, huh? I love you. I love you. I love you. Brandeis? And roll credits. The song reminds me a little bit of Panacea from Hyper Light Drifter. Sporadically produced by it. I suppose that was the Red Strings Club. Yes, there's no other end result. We could hear the call and assumedly hear someone, maybe Radhika, warning us about a car. And then, you know, we're still out of the tower, regardless. as far as the final option there goes. Both, I think, like, that is the option that potentially allows, like, most allows Donovan to stay alive, and also I'm sappy enough to prefer it, so. Achievement unlocked. The Red Strings Club. the end. I don't know why this is was never crossed out. I mean, I guess there's more to find out about why Supercontinent was doing this. Put the pill in. Wait, there's more than one? I thought we only got one. It closes the game. Sure. Why not? Cute enough way to end it, I suppose. Nice, Joel. You actually found me from GDQ hosting. That's cool. There's always a variety of interesting ways where people could come to the channel from. Can't imagine too many people came that route, so that's actually pretty cool. I guess I could also say that if you liked the game and liked watching me play through it, you could consider picking it up yourself, either to play through it differently, or even just because you enjoyed the game and want to support it even if you're not going to play it. So we'll mention that, and we can do it as a combo effect where it's also supporting the stream a little bit if you buy it on Humble. I don't end up doing it that often, but I think it's a kind of neat idea to promote for those that can, you know, afford to do so anyway. Potentially still buying games that they enjoyed watching a streamer play through, even if they're not going to play through it themselves. At least, like, on sale at some point or something, perhaps. But I think that's an interesting idea to promote there. Okay. How do we feel about Red Strings Club? And I'm also, like, curious how how much is supposed to be meta, right? Like, Akara's talking about how Donovan can control things in a way that Akira can't really quite figure out. So the implication there is the player, but they can still control it enough that the ending's always the same, at least implied to be. That doesn't necessarily mean it has to be. Theoretically, that could be a lie. I don't suspect it is. It seems unlikely, but I don't really see myself, like, replaying it to do different paths there, personally. There was kind of a, certainly a bit of a weird dance, as we talked about several times, where, like, sometimes the player, or the characters are just talking on their own accord and, you know, developing their own behaviors and personalities, and then sometimes we're choosing answers for the players in ways that don't necessarily fit what the characters would do, and that's kind of a weird dichotomy. And then there is also multiple frustrating points of things just not quite linking together quite sensibly, or like the options that we have available being weirdly bad at times. Yeah, then there's the Acura quizzes that man, I'm still surprised we only got 5 on marketing. So it had enough hiccups that it didn't, like, super shine for me. Yeah, you could have had a somewhat tropish, oh look, the real villain is. But I mean, there were some things setting up for that, and, like, there's also really... everybody working on the project really believes in it. Like, it's, like... You have enough things to make you doubt that, like, oh, this is actually... this may not be the sinister, evil thing that it looks like it is, or whatever, but... I mean, that was really the one game, as far as I know, Ruel, but I guess there's maybe been others since then, and given, like, when it was made, like, that was still probably kind of unique enough and cutting enough of a concept that I think it made sense. You can also argue that about stuff like Undertale to some extent, too, which, with some of Akira's dialogue I specifically referenced to a couple lines of dialogue in Undertale that really represent me in some fashion. Let's see. I mean, I appreciate that they did address, like, various things that, like, occasionally we brought up first, right? It's like, oh, I don't know, like, I don't like this idea of the implication that being depressed makes you better at art and stuff, and the game's like, yeah, no, that's a stupid myth. Like, that's very much not the case. Like, okay, good. Appreciate the game acknowledges that that's bullcrap. Like, philosophical quiz at the end was okay. Like, it was... I mean, it's... things that, like, you kind of feel like properly philosophy rarely hit me super well in games. So, like, it's probably solidly above average in that realm as far as I'm concerned. Like, it was more interesting, like, thought experiments than I usually see in, I don't know, Talos Principle or something else like that, but... I mean, that's... unclear if Acura directly shot themselves or I mean, there was a speaker over the comms that justified it, so the assumption is more that it was indirect, because that's how Akira normally works. So, as far as like being heavy-handed, I don't think it was too heavy-handed in the philosophical aspects for the most part. I think in the context you were using it in, Ruel, I mostly agree that it like was kind of indecisive and kind of forced your hand a little bit in certain spots, and it was kind of weird. But it didn't feel like it was like bludgeoning us over the head with like, oh, this is clearly the right philosophy, and how you were dumb for thinking otherwise, or like sometimes that can easily happen in a lot of philosophical aspects of games and stuff, and I didn't really feel that here. And let's see, as far as attachment to the scene and characters, enough that I was tearing up during the end sequence. Not enough to make me properly bawl, so it's not too rare, but still emotionally affecting. I'm trying to make sure I'm not putting much weight on the one part that I hated in the game, and then we advanced one more line of dialogue, and then it made up for it, mostly. It was still weird. It was still weird, but... Although, to be fair, we still had a little bit of that at the end with, like, Brandy is having this whole conversation about Red Heat. It's like, no, we don't need to talk about this. Like, why... We already know this. Why are you talking about this? So, like, the lack of knowledge of where you are in the current progression and stuff felt weird. Or the fact that, like, we didn't necessarily choose all of the questions, partially because it told us not to at the beginning. It's like, hey, this ain't some game. You can't just choose every option do, and then in 95% of cases, it expects you to choose every option. Every option you can choose outside of reloading the game, I guess. So you're not doing that. It's saving in once you make split choices. But if you're like, if there's a list of choices, you're just supposed to go down the whole list and do all of them. It just straight up expects you to follow that standard trope, even though it kind of makes a point of being like, not a game. So that was kind of weird. And the not a game aspect also feels a little weird, given that Akira lightly acknowledges the player's existence too. But I mean, that I guess that's arguably leading into that a little bit more. And that's whatever. It's fine. Not especially exciting as a meta hit, but not like the worst meta little connection I've seen by any means. Yeah, it even had the gold pop up on the screen again. Well, that was weird. Like, granted, it is quite difficult to manage a pile of branching narrative and dialogue like this, where it still all makes sense and it feels like the choices you're making actually impact things at all and stuff like that. And I mean, I think it's a weird piece as far as choices matter goes. Like, there's a lot of different ways that sort of experience can be implemented, and I imagine there's a decent number of people that enjoyed like how the choices matter was implemented here. Like, you've got a lot of little decision points that do affect future things in various different ways. Some people like only would care if it means different endings or whatever. The thing that I'm more interested in that general realm is not so much that my choices directly impact the story as much, but what I prefer or care about more is that when I do weird stuff, the game acknowledges that I'm doing something. That's my favorite thing. AKA Undertale. And I actually saw a tweet thread by Taxidermy recently. Taxidermy made a fan game called Undertale Red and is actually part of the dev team on Deltarune now. But apparently they were actually looking at developing games like that before Undertale even came out. And they were like, everyone basically told them it wasn't worth their bother. It's like, like nobody's gonna care. It's gonna be way too much work to put that attention to detail in and have it respond when only like 1% of players will see this one thing or whatever. And then Undertale came out and it very much does that, and everybody loves Undertale, and they're like, sweet! I feel like they get that validation and stuff, and then they put out Undertale Red as kind of a love letter to that afterwards. And I mean, I've only played 2 Undertale fan games, but like Undertale Red has to be the best one by far for my taste. So like it is like, I keep like, there's been a lot made, and I am actually looking a little bit forward to Undertale Yellow, which has been being developed for like 5 or 6 years or something, but there's a lot of them out there. I feel like I played the best one first. Yeah, the way they handled death with Ariadne was kind of interesting, as far as like some literal aspect of her is left behind to her companions and stuff. And got Brandy as her determination to bring it back to Undertale. But, yeah, so do we want to do something different for a little bit, or just chill it with a short stream? I guess we could do something different for a little bit, but we have to take a break. Thanks for tuning in. Hope everyone had a good time with Red Strings Club. Feel free to voice any final thoughts you have there. If you want a overly simplistic rating, and boiling a whole game experience down to rating is never actually that good or meaningful, but I like to do it anyway, it's probably like a 6.5 for me or something, so like not something I'm jumping to recommend, but reasonably enjoyable, like a little bit above average, something around there is kind of where I'm leaning.